President, the Deputy Senate President, the principal officers of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished north of Abeokuta south of Abeokuta local government of Ogun State. I am a Christian, happily married with 4 kids. I started my primary education from African Church Primary School, Ebutibeta, in 1961 to 1968. From there, I went to Baptist Boys High School in Abeokuta from 1969 to 1973. I proceeded to CMS Grammar School in Lagos for my high school certificate in 1975. And from there, I proceeded to the University of Ibadan in 1975 to 1978, where I bagged a BSc Honors in Chemistry. I had my NYSC scheme in Miango, GSS Miango, Basa Local Government of Plateau State. From there, I went back home to Ogun State, where I was with the Teaching Service Commission for 24 years. 20 of these 24 were as principals of various schools and headship of various schools. I was first of all appointed in 2003 November to be a resident electoral commissioner with INEC. I served in 6 different states as resident electoral commissioner. In 2007, I was elevated to the post of a national commissioner with the same commission. In the same vein, I rose to act as the chairman, acting chairman of the commission for 4 months, until I pulled out in 2012. Briefly, this is my story, Mr. President, sir.
Senate Manager.
Thank you, Mr. President, seated as chair. My respected colleagues, James Manager, CON, Delta South. Mr. Nominee, if confirmed by this distinguished Senate, you will be going back to a very familiar terrain. You have been very involved. And my question is a very simple one. What is electronic voting all about? And when will Nigeria be right enough for electronic voting? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Salisu Egi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Salu Hussein Ege, representing the good people of Nasarawa South. Mr. Nominee, you have been in the business of election management, both inside and outside Nigeria. My simple question is, what will you do to ensure that the management of elections in Nigeria has become flawless to the extent that Nigerians will not be crying foul of either marginalization or outright disenfranchisement from the voting process? Thank you very much.
My name is Bolan Dada from State, that's from the West. Mr. Nominee, you are from my state, and what I know is that lately we've introduced technology into our voting patterns. And technology seems to accelerate service delivery, eliminate human interferences. In your own perception, do you reckon the last riggers systems which they brought for this last election, is it adequate enough, is it robust enough to do further, or you want to, when you are appointed, you want to make sure you have a better solution to the election system in this country? Thank you.
Mr. President, sir, the leadership of the senatorial leader, the only side. The first question is on electronic voting. On electronic voting, I would say that a lot of us usually confuse voting with balloting. Voting itself is a process. You will see when we talk about voting, it starts with the accreditation of the voter to the real ballot casting, to the transmission, to the creation of the results, and of course to the transmission of such results. Those four components are what we call voting. If we look very carefully, you will see that 3 out of these components are already electronic. We have an electronic register in operation. That is number 1. Number 2, with the 2015 general election, the accreditation has become electronic with the introduction of the card reader. Our results since 2011 have always been electronic. We have had electronic transmission of results. What we usually do is just to have a manual confirmation and then fulfillment of the constitution by somebody reading the returning officer telling us exactly what he has done. But most of our operations have gone electronic. For every election that we've been conducting for the past 8 or 9 years, the Commission has not used anything less than 30 metric tons of paper to conduct elections. And if you agree with me, elections are international by nature, and we have international standards of conducting elections. Most countries have gone fully electronic now because of the advantages which we have there. Number 1, we eliminate what we call duplicity if it is done properly. Identification, impersonation, these are things that we can only eliminate by voting. The greatest of all these errors which electronic balloting, which is only one left out, will give us is this menace of ballot stuffing. We you agree with me that the terrains of this country are we have one of the most difficult terrains in Africa. From Adamawa to Cross River, there are some places in Cross River where it would take you about 15 to 16 hours to transmit materials or even results back to such units. But voting electronic balloting, which is the last one we are talking about, will eliminate this. And I'm sure you are all aware that there is a law which has put embargo on this. What you asked was the advantages of electronic voting. Whether we like it or not, technology is here with us to stay. Some 20 years ago, I'm telling you, Nigeria's population is not as large as what we have now. As of now, we are not even sure of what the population is, but I can assure you, if we conduct a census or exercise now, I will not be surprised to find us in the excess of 200 million. These are things we cannot do manually. This manual thing is becoming outmoded. And since we have 4 components, 3 of them have become fully electronic. I will strongly suggest and recommend that we go the whole way and make sure that we conduct electronic elections in the country. It is not feasible for us. Most of the things we do here, we don't run the pilot scheme. We could start with smaller elections like a by-election in a small state constituency, run it alongside the manual voting and then say, grow with the process and see the pros and cons and then discover what we have. That is the way I will talk about the issue of electronic voting. Now, talking about flawless election, well, I don't know what I can call a flawless election, but I can assure you there is no election in this whole world that is perfect. What you can do is just to reduce some of the hiccups associated with elections and then inject a lot more credibility and transparency into the system. And I think since 2011, this is what the Commission has been doing. It's a process which is ongoing. We have to learn with the process too. It's a real life problem. Once you come across a particular bottleneck, we find a way of. But the only way we can do this is through what we call principle of transparency. When we become more open and more transparent and we become more inclusive, you will discover that most elections become less flawless and more credible. Well, my senator asked about technology. I think the question is tied to the first one. The whole world has gone fully technology, and it's not something we can run away from. It's here with us to stay. Most of the things have to be done electronically. We might be surprised, in 2011, the voters figure we had was about 69 million. If we look around now with the number of children that turn 18 every year, we will see that by now we could be talking about 75 million. There's still a group of Nigerians which we don't talk about, that is Nigerians outside the country. Those ones are estimated to be about 13 million. They have voting rights too. I'm sure most of these things will be very difficult to conduct with manual override. Technology is just an important solution to delivery of election services. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Senator George Thompson II, the Justice of the Peace. Mr. Nominee, I want to ask questions that you are already familiar with. But as an expert in the management of electoral process, I believe we want to learn more from you and then know the areas where the difficulties are coming from. The first question is this. Sincerely, INEC from NECON of those days to now, the same electoral body, has grown consistently and has progressed consistently. What do you think as an expert that we are really lacking behind that is giving us unacceptable electoral verdict in most of the elections? That is one. The second one, in the election process, the umpire is INEC. INEC keep polling officer, assistant polling officer 1, 2, and 3 there. The parties, the political parties, put their agents based on candidates. The responsibility of the INEC officials is to be sure there is no malpractice. The right thing is done, and that elections are conducted according to the Electoral Act and the guideline. Now, if after the election, a particular ward or unit is found wanting, who are we actually to hold responsible? Is it the INEC ad hoc staff or INEC staff, or the voters, or the contestants who finally take the brunt if they go to court and elections are nullified, while the umpire who supervises the election in that particular LGA or ward or unit is let go without any punishment, without any call to order? Can the sin of one man be transferred to another person, be put to another person, and be punished? Question number 3. As the Quran is to the Muslims and the Bible is to the Christians, so the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is to every person of this country. Every person in this country is guided by two things: your religious codes and the provisions of the Constitution. And then every institution is also guided by two things: the Constitution and Acts of Parliament. My colleagues, I will conclude my question. Please allow me, let me ask my question. Mr. President, protect me. Okay, Mr. President, let me leave the two questions. I will take this one for another time.
Mr. President, I was going to protect you because I know you have many questions, and I thought that to protect you, you have saved all these your questions for the real chairman, because those questions that you're asking now, I hope you are not going to hope that you raise your hand again, because I have to give. So strategically, our advice, those of you that have very good questions, you should be strategic as you are putting your questions, because you might lose your Senator Blair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and the Chair. I'm just beginning to wonder. I'm Senator Blair from Nasarawa West Senatorial District. From your response to our colleague, the last before me, I'm just beginning to wonder whether I should not reserve my question for the Ogakpatapata. But maybe a teaser from that question. One thing which has given INEC a good name, a good tag, acceptability across the Nigerian voting population, acceptance by the international community from the point of view of your success at the last general election, is the card reader. The card reader was so efficient and was so well. The card reader was so efficient and produced the best election so far. To the extent that so many hitherto politicians have now joined the entirely displaced politicians in this country today. I'm wondering, by the time you and your colleagues get confirmed on the nomination of the president to be the next batch of commissioners and chair of INEC, from what you have been through in the last election, would you say there is room for further improvement in the technology of the card reader to purify Nigerian politics the more for the better?
You can go.
Okay. So, well, let me take it even from the last one. The issue of card reader, not just card reader alone, separation of accreditation to balloting. These were some of the robust mechanisms which we injected into the electoral process. And you will say that with any infant project, the card reader was used for the first time in Nigeria in 2015. They were bound to be associated with problems. Number one, their machines. Number two, they are being operated by more than about 500,000 different people who have different ways of handling the machine. The weather situation in Nigeria itself is not the same. It will manufacture in some places because they have machine. But I want to assure you, because you asked about improvement, there's no way to improve it apart from living with it. As we go along with the issue of most of our guidelines, we become experts because we see the problems associated with them, we see the good side, and we improve. You will say that, you agree with me to that, at no time had we ever, had the Commission ever claimed to have delivered a perfect election system. We'll tell you, we have just been able to raise the bar. That is the word we have been using. That word has always been with us. We have always been able to raise the bar. We are just moving higher and higher until we get to a higher point. I want to assure you that as a commission, we will even look at programs associated with these card readers, inject some modification, make sure that training and training of operators continue, and we will subject most of these machines, not just the card readers, everything we use, we will subject them to the real test which I believe they can stand. I think that's about your question. Let me now answer the first question. We are talking about things that are lacking. Let me talk about things that are not lacking in Nigeria first. In the first instance, the electoral process has enough laws. In fact, we have had about 5 different amendments in terms of electoral acts to the Constitution since 1999. What we will first of all try to do is to encourage, first and foremost, the implementation of these laws. In 2011, our slogan was that we will not break a single law, we will not disobey a court order, and we will not break a single law. The electoral process was able to move forward a bit because we adhered strictly to the law. It's a tonic which everybody must try to apply. Political parties, voters, the commission, because all of them are guided by laws. If we stick within the law, I'm sure most of the things we talk are lacking will not be there. Now, the agents too, political party agents, this is an area where we have a lot of problems. We will give about 3 or 4 weeks for parties to submit the names of political party agents. You see somebody who just stroll in on the day of election with just one banner on his neck, and will tell you it's an agent. The man will not undergo accreditation. All political party agents must undergo accreditation. But we have always overlooked it because the number that don't comply are far, far higher than the number that even make attempt to comply. So we just don't want a rowdy election. That's why it's a major flaw there. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. I think reading the mood, I think the nominee can take it.
Second rounds, we can usher in the next nominee, Dr. Mohamed Mustafa.
The first nominee among the 5 national commissioners of Independent National Electoral Commission, Mr. Shoaib Adedeji Solomon, has just finished answering questions from senators around how to improve on Nigeria's electoral process. He was asked many questions regarding his experience, as he has been in the commission for a long time, and now he's coming back for a second time as a national commissioner representing Southwest. Next in the lineup is Mohammed Leki, representing South-South in the Independent National Electoral Commission. As Nigerians might have been aware, it's very important that the INEC national commissioners are screened the Senate to expedite action in the screening of this national commissioner. It has very important assignment for it to do with elections in Kogi and Bayelsa State, which are all around the corner. That is why the Senate resolved to start the screening today ahead of these important elections.
If there's anything else you want to emphasize, but please no need for you to go line by line your CV. We already got your CV. Just a brief introduction, then we'll take questions. Over to you.
Your Excellency, distinguished Senate President, distinguished Deputy Senate President, distinguished principal officers of the Senate, and all distinguished senators. I also want to pay homage to my senators from my state, Senator Ali Mekena, Senator Clifford Odia, and Senator Matthew, 1986-87. I feel especially honored and privileged to take the floor of the Senate for confirmation as INEC Electoral Commissioner. I should also thank Almighty God and Mr. President for putting my name up for this solemn assignment. I've had extensive national and international experiences over the years, having previously served in very strategic, high policy level, working both within the country and outside the country, both with the UN organizations as well as bilateral organizations. I'm presently the Executive Secretary leading civil society organization, which is the Health Reform Foundation of Nigeria. Before that time, I had worked as a director in the Federal Ministry of Health for 8 years and retired at the end of 2010, December 2010. And in between that time, I'd also worked as Executive Secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme. I have been involved in the design and implementation of major national policies in this country, particularly in the health sector, for over 20 years. Issue of health policies, MDGs, national health plans, and many others as detailed in my CV. I have also played a leading role in drafting of legislation, plus undertaking legislative advocacy, some of which have led to the passage of National Health Act by this very distinguished Senate sometime last year. I believe, distinguished senators, that I have the requisite educational, professional leadership, and managerial skill, as well as ability to take decisions, and also have a proven track record that I believe will help me to exceed the expectations and performance as an electoral commissioner in INEC. With my confirmation by this distinguished Senate, I make a solemn undertaking that I will work with my colleagues and staff at INEC in ensuring that INEC will take all necessary steps to adhere to first-class international best practices in our electoral processes. I thank you, distinguished Senator. I present myself for confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will you recommend that it should be mandatory that local government elections are conducted the same way in the last election, that is the use of card reader? Thank you.
Mr. President, sir, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Madam Ali Wakili, MNI. Sir, on a personal note, I will ask you a simple question on your CV. I don't know what happened in 2012, you didn't pay tax. One. Secondly, and the last question, on the benefit of hindsight, Nigeria's election has been characterized by manipulation, perjury, and other things that often can lead to a Hobbesian state of nature, where life is nasty, brutish, and short. As an intended nominated federal commissioner, in a simple term, what do you think are the problems of Nigerian electoral system? Thank you, sir.
Senator Dari.
My name is Senator Joshua Chibi Dari. I represent Plateau Central. Let me congratulate nominee Obin Fanu, worthy to be appointed as a commissioner in INEC by Mr. President. My first question has been taken by Wakil, but the second question was about tax. Because as accountants, we want people to pay tax. Number two, I saw the last page, another Mohammed Mustafa Yaro Leki. You got an additional name? If yes, there's no affidavit attached here to say that I, formerly known and called as this and that, has had an additional name. Is this a mistake, a deliberate one? Number two, you've done a lot on MDG. By December, as widely said in the print and electronic media, the MDG will be winding up and be replaced by sustainable development. What are the silent or the major future of that sustainable development? Why do they have to replace MDG, especially when they have to look at area of health, education, water, sanitation, where there is peculiar attendant problem? Would you say MDG was a success, given the wide disappointment of citizens that were living in urban slum, as judged by UN Habitat report? Lastly, if you were given a special assignment by the federal government to the northeast, which is challenged first by the challenge of Boko Haram, what specific program of action, accelerated action, given their health challenge, would you recommend to Mr. President? And what are the specific targets, especially the IDPs? Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
distinguished senators, on the issue of local government areas, elections, as to whether or not the use of card readers is something that should be countenanced, I like to humbly submit that the role, the place of technology is irreversible. It is irreversible. And this is so because technology enhances efficiency and transparency. So, even at the local government level, or even below that level, maybe at the unit level, we are beginning to see the permeation of use of technology. People are using the cell phones, people are doing internet banking and stuff like that. So which means we can extend the benefit of such technology to almost all phases of our lives. So I believe while we should not do a knee-jerk reaction in extending this technology, because you need to build the enabling environment, including citizen engagement and education and stuff like that as an active ongoing program, I believe, sir, distinguished senators, that it will be something that we need to be pushing the envelope. We should be going at the cutting edge and look forward to that day in an incremental way in extending the use of IT to all phases of the electoral processes. So I do foresee, I have a dream, that that will become a reality even at the LGA level. So on the issue of problems of Nigeria electoral system, well, clearly I believe that since 1999, the return of democracy, we have had about 5 or so elections. And we must agree and commend ourselves as a nation that we have been making progress. We have been making progress increasingly. I don't believe we are there yet. Nobody can claim it's there yet, even in advanced countries. We've seen close electoral processing challenges, even in the US. But I believe that the country has gone and we're in the right trajectory, making this process going forward. But clearly, a number of major challenges remain. A number of major challenges remain, which will become something that the new INEC going forward we have to address. And I believe some of those things have to do with the issue of transparency, the issue of related violence, issues of election offenses. We need to, and the issues of duty bearers, which is like INEC and all institutions of government, engaging with the right holders. The right holders are the people. So there are challenges. There are things that I think we can do to improve the electoral processes, going forward. Distinguished Senator, on the issue of my name, my name is Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Lekki. The Yaro is a name, it's my father's name. And sometimes I have it, I believe in some of my credentials with you, I don't have the benefit of going through and say, you will find that all my names are so spelled out. So it is my name, and it is a correct name. But distinguished senator, more importantly, you raise the issue of the MDG, which are ending in December. Nigeria signed onto the MDG as a global national compact, just like our SEVICOM in Nigeria, which is a national compact. We signed onto that as a global compact, and Nigeria has made some progress. But we are not among the countries that successfully break, the tape in achieving all the MDG goals. We did make, some progress. Now, the issues of health are not issues of finality. Clearly, we have not achieved all the MDG goals. And clearly, even when you achieve the goals as set at that time, you set new goals. You want to go on to the irreducible limits of these health outcomes. We are not there. So some of these things need to be repackaged, and they are carrying them on. We have not jettisoned the issue of reproductive health, maternal health, child health. They are all now being repackaged with a sharper focus on the SDG. So it is a continuation, and we have not really forgotten about that. On the issue of the Northeast, unfortunately, there are areas of the country which are really, for one reason or the other, have major problems. Now, I believe that as we have seen, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. When Europe and America and the world were involved in global proliferation, at the end of that, there was a Marshall Plan. We need a Marshall Plan. We need an intervention, call it whatever you may. We need to recognize there is an evilness and inequity as far as issues of faith are concerned in this country, particularly when you look at the geographic distribution of this country. So we must identify that it's not a competition really between the zones. It's a recognition of the fact that certain areas need to be specially addressed. And because of that, I think intervention is important, and we begin to see that it's even happening with some sort of priority being given to intervention in issues of maternal health and child health as far as the Northeast is concerned, inclusive of IBD's issues. I believe, sir, that those are the questions I was asked. Distinguished Senator.
Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Leki there, representing South as nominee for the position of INEC National Commissioner, former Executive Secretary of Primary Health, National Health Insurance Scheme, and now nominee INEC National Commissioner representing the South. Said he was born in Auchi. The next nominee for INEC Commissioner that will be coming in is the person who has been acting as the INEC National Commissioner, INEC Chairman, since the retirement of Professor Attahir Muhammad Jiga. She is Amina Zakari. She's nominated by President Muhammadu Buhari to represent the Northwest as INEC National Commissioner after the expiration of her initial term as INEC National Commissioner in August. Amina Zakari is from Jigawa State, and she is a pharmacist by profession. She has worked in the FCDA as Secretary of Health, and now has already done one term as INEC National Commissioner, acted as INEC Chairman, and now been screened by the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as INEC National Commissioner.
Ajabina, we have your CV. We just say a few words, introduction of yourself. If there's anything in your CV that is not there or anything you think you want us to know. But since you, as I said, this is a familiar terrain for you, you should be able to just tell us as quick as possible those few things. Over to you.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, distinguished principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators from my home state, Jigawa State, my adopted senators from FCT, distinguished senators, good morning or good afternoon to you all. My CV is before you. My name is Amina Zakari, formerly Amina Hussein Adamu. I was educated in Kaduna, Kano, went to Queen's College, Lagos, and I had my degree in ABU. I trained as a pharmacist, began practicing as a pharmacist, and I later became a public servant. I was appointed Special Assistant to Mr. President, General Olusegun Obasanjo, and I was posted to FCT to serve as a secretary, where I served as a secretary for health, social development, and agriculture. I was also appointed INEC Commissioner 2010. But before I close this, I'd like to pay a tribute to my father, an educationist, the late Emir of Kazori, Alhaji Hussein Adamu, who was a firm believer in girl-child education, and through whose efforts, by God's grace, I'm standing here before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished senators. My name is Rabi Musa Konkoso, representing Kano Central. Mr. President, over the last few years, we have seen a lot of improvement on the issue of elections in this country, especially those conducted by INEC. Mr. President, I want to ask the nominee, based on her experience in INEC, to please let us know areas that require further improvement so that by next election we can have even better election than the one we had in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That question.
Thank you. Distinguished senators, Mr. Senate President, distinguished senators, well, I've been in INEC from 2010 till date, and I've been part of the reform process that was undertaken during the last regime. And we have seen what needs to be improved, and we have improved on that. But we still know that there are certain areas that require further improvement. The most important area requiring further improvement is the issue of public understanding of the electoral processes. We need to involve the public more, educate them, and involve them more into our electoral process. Because from 2015, the last general elections, we realized the interactions with the public helped in delivering a credible election. So we need to improve more on our communications, our internal and external communications, so that the public could be aware of our the processes. We have to make them more transparent. They've been transparent, but we need to make them more transparent for everybody to understand the concept of election. And we need to utilize the services of our stakeholders, especially the National Orientation Agency, to inculcate certain values in the public so that we can have sane elections. We can reduce the incidences of thuggery and other malpractices in election. We also need to commence civic education in our schools so that democracy is built in right from the early years. We've realized this in countries we've visited, that democracy is being taught right from the early years. By the time they become adults, they are well versed in the issue of democracy, and we can have continuous democracy without breakage. But also, another area of improvement is the issue of the internal processes. Our processes internally need to be more efficient, and that's the reason we've been deploying more and more technology into the electoral process, because it improves efficiency and brings about transparency in processes. I think that's much I can.
Biodo Olujimi, Ekiti South. Mr. President, in the light of the spirit of the moment, that there should be that this Senate, this distinguished Senate, is a gender-sensitive one, and the fact that Haji Amina Zakari has been here before and is on familiar terrain, I will crave your indulgence to ask the distinguished Senate to allow her to take a bow and leave. Thank you, Mr. President.
Haji Zakari, you can come and take a bow.
Senator Olujimi has requested, and the senators have endorsed and concurred with her, that Hajia Amina Zakari be allowed to take a bow after her introductory remarks to the Senate of the Federal Republic. Hajia Amina Zakari has been here before. In fact, she was screened successfully by the 7th Senate then as INEC National Commissioner.
Your Excellency.
Well done.
The next nominee as INEC National Commissioner representing the North Central coming into the Senate chambers is Dr. Antonia Taye Okusi Simbine. She is certainly coming to this territory for the first time. Whether the same gender advocacy will be given to her, we don't know yet. But she's bound to the distinguished senators. Before she takes the podium, she will probably introduce herself, and she may likely be required to respond to questions from the distinguished senators.
Distinguished colleagues, we all have a CV. And we have your CV, so we just want you to just say a few words, briefly introduce yourself. Don't need to go into details of what's already in the CV that we have, unless there's something particular you want to emphasize or there's something that's been left out. As you can see, we're consistent, gender-friendly chambers. The emphasis is on consistency. So it's over to you.
The Senate President, Deputy Senate President, Principal Officers of the Senate, Senators Dino Melaye, Abdurrahman Abubakar, and Mahmoud Ohere, my distinguished senators from Kogi State, as well as the senators from Kaduna State, my home place where I was born. And my former state, Kwara State, and other distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My name's Antonia Taye Afolake Simbine. My maiden name is Okausi. I am a professor of political science and international relations with specialization in international peacekeeping and conflict resolution. And I also major in the area of Nigerian government and politics. I have been working in the area of elections and legislative studies in the last decade or so. I am a female academic, an educationist, a teacher, and a mother. I was born in Kaduna and spent my early life there, both for primary, secondary, and my first degree, which is in public administration. Then I went to serve in Ibadan and was retained at the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, where I have risen to the post of Research Director at Ibadan. I also teach at the University of Ibadan on the Peace and Conflict Studies program. I have had wide experience working with local and international organizations in various fields: peacekeeping, election management, women issues, women participation in politics, and so on and so forth. I am here today as a nominee of the President as a commissioner for representing the North Central Zone, and I look forward to answering questions from the House. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, my name is Joshua Lidani, representing Gombe South. I'd like to ask you a question which probably may not be related to your profession as a political scientist, but maybe if you are not able to answer, I'll understand. There has been clamor by some prominent Nigerian citizens as to the role of INEC in election petitions. What should be the role of INEC during election petitions? There are some who say the onus should be on INEC to prove that any election that was conducted in accordance with the law. What I'm saying is, if somebody files a petition concerning an election, it is now the responsibility of INEC to prove that that election was conducted fairly and properly. Presently, the law is that the person who takes the matter to court should prove that the election was properly done. What is your view on that? Because recently there was a prominent lawyer who said any election petition, the onus should be on INEC to prove that it was done fairly and freely and properly. What is your response to that? And secondly, who do you consider to be your role model among the election commissioners that we have had, the election chairmen that we have had in this country? Who do you consider to be a role model and why?
Senator Monsura Sumonu.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Monsura Sumonu, Senator representing Oyo Central Senatorial District. Mrs. Nominee, I could see from your CV that you actually have the skills and ability to perform the duties. But having said that, you will be right at the top of the affairs in a situation where you find yourself in a clash of loyalty. To whose tune are you going to dance to? Can you tell us why, how, and when? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first question from Senator Joshua, I'm sorry I didn't take your last name legally. Okay. Thank you. You talked about the role of INEC in proving the onus lying with INEC to prove that it has conducted a free and fair election, and that I should express my view. Like you said, presently the onus is with the complainant to show that a proper election was not conducted. I would like a situation in which both parties have to prove that an election took place, whether rightly or wrongly. Because I can think, I as an individual or INEC as a commission can think that it has done the proper thing. But it is the onus of the person who is seeing the wrong to prove that what you think is proper is not actually so. I'd like to leave it at that. Honorable Monsurat.
Senator Monsurat.
Senator Monsurat Sumonu, thank you very much for your question. even though I am of the view that you didn't quite describe this situation where there's clash of loyalty. If I am confirmed as a member of the commission, a commissioner of the commission, I would expect that I would operate as an unbiased member of that commission. And I would expect the commission as an electoral management body to also seek to be unbiased and as much as possible as independent as it can be in the discharge of its duties. These duties of election, the conduction of election is very critical. I think that all of us as Nigerians are really proud of where we are since 1999, where we are today, and we would like to see a continuation. We would not like to see democratic degeneration. And anything that will make that possible, I think INEC would be and should be put in a position to do that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Honorable colleagues, Binta Masi Garba is my name. Distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, sir, may I lean on what my other colleague said earlier when Amina came in, if she can, with the permission of all the distinguished senators, allow the professor to take a bow. Thank you very much.
Dr. Simi, you can come and take a bow and take your leave, Professor.
Professor Antonia Tayi Afolake Simbine, INEC National Commissioner representing North Central Geopolitical Zone, is now taking her bow after introducing herself and responding to just two questions from distinguished senators. She told the Senate that she is a professor of political science and international relations with specialization in international peacekeeping and conflict resolution. She is also a specialist in elections and legislative studies. A female academic, a teacher, a mother, she was a research director at the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research in Ibadan. The next nominee for INEC Commissioner representing the Northeast Geopolitical Zone is going to be brought into the Senate chambers any moment from now, and he is the fifth on the list. It's no other person but Alhaji Baba Shatima Arfo, nominee representing the Northeast Geopolitical Zone of Nigeria. Baba Shatima Arfo, from all indications, is also coming to the Senate chambers in this capacity for the first time. So it is likely distinguished senators will ask him several questions, and we expect him, as a nominee for the position of INEC National Commissioner, to respond accordingly.
Distinguished colleagues, next nominee we have before us is Baba Shatima Arfo from Borno State. You are welcome. We have your CV. We want you to say some introductory comments on yourself. No need to repeat the entire what's in the CV. Just areas that you think are important, you want to emphasize, or something you think we have missed out in the CV that is not there. And then after that, you take a few questions.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Principal Officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, my brothers, Senator Alindume and Senator Abubakar Kyari, My name is Baba Sheti Marfo. I was born 1951. I did my primary school from 1958 to 1964. I did my secondary school at Gama Secondary School, Maiduguri, from 1965 to 69. I went to higher school certificate, HSC, from 1970 to 71 at the same Gama College, Maiduguri. Then I went to ABU in 1972 and finished in 1975. In 1975, I did my NYC at James Welsh Grammar School, Emevo, in Isoko division of the present Delta State. They were nice people. Now, my working experience spans from 1976 to 2007. From 1976 to 1978, I taught in a secondary school. Then from 1976 to 1988, I taught at a tertiary institution, Boni College of Business Studies, Maiduguri. Then from 1988 to 2007, I worked in the civil service. I rose up from and reached the point upon a secretary. At a stage, I was the secretary to state government of my state. I've served my state very well, and what I expect to bring here at the INEC is honesty, dedication, and the responsibility. I am convinced that Nigeria needs to move forward as a leader of the African countries. Nigeria is a great country, and so through proper elections, we can have people in good places so that they can serve our country well. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Suleiman Nazif, and I represent Bauchi North. My question this afternoon is on primary election. A lot of questions have been asked about general election and so on and so forth. You are aware that primary election is the greatest, deadliest disease of a politician if diagnosed wrongly. What measures are you putting in place to ensure effective monitoring and reporting such? Because primary elections, as you are aware, is the gateway to winning general elections. Please respond.
Senator Marafa.
Marafa Bashir. Kabiru. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished colleagues, my name is Marafa Bashir Abba. I represent Taraba Central Senatorial District. Mr. Nominee, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for being nominated to be INEC Commissioner from your own zone. I have only one question to ask you. Coming from the Northeast sub-region, or coming from Borno State, where virtually Boko Haram have taken over the state before now. Thank God, major part of the state is now recovered from the Boko Haram. Yeah,
in a situation of insurgency like this, and when the election comes in, how would you advise, or how would you educate the electorates that are running away from their homes, they are running away from where they registered? How are they going to vote? Because majority of them do not vote. They don't vote during this period. And that, I think, is not a good thing that is happening to them, and they need to vote. So what would you do, or what advice would you prefer in this type of situation? Thank you.
Senator Suleiman asked about primary election within the parties. It is normal in the electoral process for people to conduct primary elections so as to reduce the load of work in the final election. And to make these primary elections effective, I think the role of INEC is very important in supervising the process and ensuring that there's fair play and a level field for all the players. If the role of INEC is allowed to take effect, issues of imposition of candidates and some of these things that happens in some of the political parties will be properly addressed. Now, with respect to Senator Marafa, he talked about Boko Haram, the insecurity, and how elections can be conducted in Borno or in the Northeast. First of all, as said now, majority of the population are in ID camps in Maiduguri or Adamawa or Yobe. However, for those of the population that are outside, this cannot be reached because of the very security situation. Those in the IDP camps are closely watched and organized, and the elections can take place there because majority of the population are within the camps and they are accessible. But it is very sad that those in the outside cannot be reached for primary elections.
Mr. President, I'm Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, Niger North. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to state that on the authority of those who have been in the National Institute, and the most vocal being my distinguished brother Ali Wakil, I guess he has stepped out. But I'm looking at distinguished Senator JT, the very charming Jerry Boy. I want to state, Mr. President, that the nominee before us is a member of the National Institute, and I will seek my distinguished colleagues to give him this honor of letting just take a bow based on what you have said. Thank you.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Order.
the distinguished senators in their wisdom appear to have told Alhaji Babashitima Arfo to take a bow and leave the Senate chambers, being an alumnus of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. This request was put forward by Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, representing Niger Northeast. Now is the turn of the big fish. Nominee for the position of INEC National Chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, a professor former Executive Secretary of Tertiary Education Fund, otherwise known as TET Fund, a first-class academic. He made first class in history from the Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. And now is nominee for INEC Chairman.
We have your CV. We want you to introduce yourself. There's some things in your CV that have been, things missed out in your CV, or there are issues that are important you want to emphasize, that your experiences, etc. You can do that, but there's no point in just repeating the CV line by line. After you've done that, then we'll ask you to take a few questions.
Distinguished Senate President, Your Excellency Deputy Senate President, the leadership of the Senate, distinguished senators. My name is Mahmoud Yakubu. I come from Bauchi in Bauchi State, son of a school teacher who rose to become a headmaster. I went to a teacher's college, graduated on top of my class, proceeded to the University of Sokoto, graduated on top of my course, and then by God's grace proceeded to the Universities of Cambridge and Oxford in the United Kingdom, graduating at the age of 29 years in 1991, and upon graduation returned to my teaching position at the University of Jos, where I was employed after the national service. As an undergraduate student, I was an activist. I was active in the Students' Union movement. I was Secretary General of the Students' Union, member of the Students' Representative Assembly, and a senator, but not of the Federal Republic, a senator of the National Association of Nigerian Students. In 1993, I transferred my service to the Nigerian Defense Academy and rose through the ranks to become a professor at the age of 36 in 1998. And in 2006, I joined the staff of the Federal Ministry of Education for the reform of the nation's education sector under the leadership of the former President Obasanjo. At the end of the reform, I was appointed Executive Secretary of the Education Trust Fund and later the Tertiary Education Trust Fund. I chaired 2 presidential committees on education, served as a member of many presidential committees, and during the course of my work at the Education Trust Fund, later TED Fund, I had cause to relate with many of the distinguished senators here present, from distinguished Senator Ike Ekwuremadu to distinguished Senator Joshua Darie, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and others. And in the course of doing so, I was guided by one principle, the principle of service to this country, and the principle of fairness and justice to all, with courage and conviction, because I see my principal responsibility in public service as one of the protection of the public interest. And in that one, I will never compromise my principles. it's in fact too late for me to compromise my principles. Thank you, distinguished Senator, distinguished Senate President. I'm prepared to take some questions.
Mr. Nominee, well, let me say congratulations. Because you have not been involved in the electoral process, so I'm not going to ask you direct questions. I'm going to share my views with you, and then you tell me what you think. Some of us have been involved in electoral reforms since 2010 that led us to where we are. So I must congratulate the Senate and indeed the National Assembly for the electoral reform that was engineered since 2010. There are some outstanding issues, and I would like to get your views on them. One is early primaries. In most other jurisdictions, including America, Ghana, South Africa, candidates are known at least 1 year before the election. But here, INEC starts the process 6 months at a time, which leads to maybe sometimes candidates are dropped or political parties, their names are not on the ballot, and that takes us to litigation. So what do you think about doing primaries early, so at least 1 year before the election? The other is direct primaries. Under the Electoral Act, we have alternative. Either you do a direct primaries or you do the one indirect, which involves delegates. We believe that this country will need to take the electoral process to the people, and that is the whole essence of direct primaries. So what will be the position of INEC under you in the circumstance? The third is proportional representation. What happens usually is a place where some parties will do well in election, but because they are not able to win a seat, they fizzle out, and all the effort go in vain. That's why you have only PDP and APC here. The other parties are contested. So if we have used proportional representation, that is the number of votes they got, if it is used, maybe we have had other parties here. And maybe the issue of people grumbling and the electoral space would have been expanded. What do you think about it? The fourth one is electronic voting. In the Electoral Act, we outlawed electronic voting, but we are minded at revisiting it. What do you think about electronic voting? And finally, what INEC does is sometimes they come up with a policy like the issue of the card reader. It was not tested anywhere. They just posted it on us during the elections and had a lot of challenges. What would you do in the elections that are coming before the general election in testing some of the policies that will come up so that we won't have a problem in 2019? Thank you.
Mr. President, most distinguished colleagues, my name still remains Senator Andrew Oba, representing only the good people of Anambra State. Mr. President, Mr. Nominee, given the way we conducted, given the manner in which the 2015 election was conducted, what new reforms would you like to introduce? My second question would have been the diaspora question that Deputy Senate President has asked that question.
The nominee, I'm Senator Alin Dume, representing Borno South. The persistent challenge we have been having in our electoral process is the late arrival and delivery of materials. Logistics. My question now is, what will you do in order to address this very persistent and serious problem in the election process?
Let me take those questions.
Mr. Senate President, the Deputy Senate President asked a number of questions. Let me take them one by one. The first one is outstanding issues relating to the primaries and the necessity for early primaries. On this one, you said I should just comment on what you have said. We are on the same page. The success of any election depends on the ability of the commission to organize and arrange properly and in advance. But in this country, we have this culture of last minute and rush. And as a result of it, so many things that are supposed to be done much early are not done. If 6 months is the time limit under the law at present, I definitely will look at the possibility of coming back to the National Assembly for an appropriate amendment of the Electoral Act to enable us to have longer period of time that will allow longer period of preparation. Direct and indirect primaries. I would like to see a commission which consults widely rather than a commission which sits in judgment. There are mechanisms for consultation with the parties through quarterly meetings, and there is also the mechanism of consultation with the party through inter-party advisory council. So instead of making a commitment one way or another on direct or indirect primaries, we will throw that up to consultation with the political parties, at the end of which we'll then come up with what best method we should adopt. The third question is on proportional representation. Distinguished senators will recall that the OAS committee made a similar recommendation, and this is one of the outstanding issues in the OAS report. I don't know what the international best practice is that we adopt, because I have a problem with the international best practice. You know, we can't transplant the experiences of other jurisdictions. We can only borrow where that borrowing will add value. But in the case of the OAS report, the proportional representation is in respect of two areas. One, gender sensitivity, particularly the membership of women, particularly of our national and state assemblies, and then the representation of youth. These are issues that, again, will be further discussed with the political parties. Because you're not going to do it the German way, where after election, parties receive votes, and you assign membership of the National Assembly, the Bundestag, on the basis of the number of votes that a political party receives. This one, it has to be an arrangement similar to that of Britain, where you have safe constituencies and you nominate, but again is subject to the decision of the Nigerian people through the ballot box. But these are issues outstanding and pending from the OAS report, and we'll discuss further through IPAC and quarterly meeting with political parties. There will be no imposition on that. But the principle is sound, that all segments of the Nigerian society and Nigerian population, where eligible under the Constitution and extant laws, should find representation in the governance of this country. E-voting, what do I think? Desirable, inevitable. If you look at the trajectory from the last 10 years, the voter register comes in an electronic form. Initially, it was just the register, then photographs were added, then in the last election, both photograph and biometrics were added. So it's inevitable that one day we will go into electronic voting. But the experiences of other nations show that we have to tread cautiously. It's technology, maybe untried, untested, we get bogged down. Is it pure electronic voting or electronic voting with paper trail, like we do in Venezuela? In Venezuela, it's electronic voting. You go and vote by pressing a button on the machine, but it drops a piece of paper. You pick the piece of paper and drop it into the ballot box. They count 30% of the total number of paper trail dropped in the boxes nationwide, just in order to test the integrity of the computerized system. We are still grappling with the problem of infrastructure, even for simple ICT use in our institutions and in our places of work and in our homes. So it's desirable, it's inevitable, but we need to think through the implication of what we do. Otherwise, we may rush into it and just get bogged down. There must be no room for experimentation. As far as I'm concerned, something has happened in this country in 2015, and we need to consolidate on that, rather than to begin new experimentation with that longer span of testing the validity of the process, reliability and acceptability. Fortunately for us at governorship level, we have staggered election by default. In many states, the elections come at different times. Very soon it will be Kogi and Bayelsa. Thereafter, we'll have Ondo, Ekiti, Oshun, and Edo. So and later Anambra, where we need to test run some of these innovations, we'll test run some of these innovations, but there must be a guiding principle. The workability of the technology and adequate consultation with the stakeholders. Otherwise, we just get bogged down. The 4th issue is on the electoral system. What do I think? Desirable, inevitable. If you look at the trajectory from the last 10 years, the electoral The untested card reader and the challenges. Anything that is not tested will come up with challenges. The problem of technology is that it always comes up with challenges. At a point, I was suspicious, not of the card reader, but of the electronic mechanisms. As a chief executive in the federal parastatal, I had so many proposals from individuals on ICT-based projects. They are nice people. They will come in nice suits. They talk nicely, slam a big bill on you, and the following day the system collapses. So there are challenges, but these are challenges we must overcome. We are not using it for electronic voting. We are using it for accreditation, and that is one advantage. And the advantage is we should explore the possibility from 2019, or even from by-elections at governorship level in the states, to eliminate accreditation and then after some time actual voting. With the card reader, we can do the two simultaneously, accredit and then allow the voters to vote. Distinguished Senator Andy Uba, what new reforms would I like to introduce? On this note, distinguished Senate President, I would like to pay tribute to my friend, my professional colleague, my brother, Professor Tahiru Jega. He has done a marvelous job in reforming the electoral system of this country. I'm not coming in for experimentation. I'm coming in for consolidation. Because, we can't be experimenting all the time. And for the first time, we have achieved tremendous democratic stability in Nigeria. With every election since 1999, there was a new electoral act. But we have had two elections on the basis of the same electoral act 2019, 2011 and 2015. There are issues, and we'll consult with the National Assembly because you have the powers to amend the laws. Once that is done, we should now move into the era of consolidation. Democracy is not about here and now, it's about here and forever. And my long-term objective is to have an electoral system in which you vote seamlessly. You don't even care who is the chairman of the Electoral Commission and who are the members of the commission. I witnessed 2 elections in Britain. And in none of the elections but the name of the chairman of the commission mentioned. I didn't even know who the chairman of the commission was. And we watch American elections on television. On no occasion will you hear the name of the chairman of the commission. Now we need to strengthen the institutions so that they will serve their purpose and discharge their functions seamlessly, efficiently. The second question from distinguished Senator Andy Uba is on diaspora voting. That one too is inevitable. As a student of history, I know that there is a time in the history of this country, in the First Republic, when political parties had branches overseas. They registered members, they even made financial contributions to the parties. And the contemporary reality is that you have a large number of Nigerians, one estimate put it at 15 million. They remit $20 billion annually in returns to the country. And also, they play a very active part in the political process. It's almost an article of faith in Nigeria today that no campaign is complete without the major parties addressing town hall meetings outside Nigeria. So it's desirable. People in the diaspora must have the vote. Maybe we'll not go the French way. The French way is that those in the diaspora vote, not only that they have even created an overseas constituency. They elect a member to represent the diaspora in the National Assembly in Paris. We may get to that point much later. But before we do that, there are certain fundamental decisions that have to be done and fundamental reforms, as well as amendment of laws, including the Constitution. For instance, the law in this country says that you only vote while you register. And this applies to citizens living in the country. And that's why INEC is grappling with the problem of transfer. I have registered in Wuse, but I want to vote in Enugu. What do I do? You can't vote in Enugu unless you are registered there. More so for those in the diaspora. Since there was no opportunity for them to be registered there, they can't vote. But secondly, and most importantly, is section 225, I believe, subsection 3, A and B, and section 4 of the 1999 Constitution. It puts limitations on the operations of political parties outside the country. No party is supposed to have asset overseas. No party is supposed to have an account overseas. Even when you receive financial support from overseas, you are supposed to declare that to INEC. So it's desirable to have diaspora voting. It's inevitable we'll get to that, but there are changes to the ground norm and the subsidiary laws that we need to undertake. Distinguished Senator Ali Ndume, late arrival of materials, problems of logistics. Year in, year out, the problems that we're experiencing conducting elections are one and the same. And sometimes I just walk into polling booth and listen to what Nigerians say about our electoral process, which to me becomes the marker for determining the efficiency of the electoral system. The commission will say voting will start at 8. It is assumed that the officials from INEC and security, all others involved in election, will be at the polling station early. And you go to the polling station and keep counting the hours, 8, 9, 10, midday. The staff are there. And then you begin to hear reports in the media across the country. And this has been a persistent complaint and persistent cry. Anything that we do in the commission that does not address that reality, as far as the ordinary voters are concerned, we're not making much progress. It's not rocket science, it's something simple that we can understand and do. But again, it goes back to the heart of the problem. We don't prepare early, and also the budget may not come early. And then sometimes you are bogged down by litigation. Such litigation will say, put the name of a particular candidate on the ballot, even though, of course, the problem has not been solved. There are no names of candidates, the names of political parties. Or put the name of a political party on the ballot after printing, and it's very, very expensive. So, and then the transportation of electoral materials is also another issue. I know that in the last election, I made an arrangement with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. These are issues at the heart of a successful conduct of elections, and we must address this. And the solution for me is to start early. If you don't start early, you are unlikely to beat deadlines. As they say where I work in the Nigerian Defense Academy, we sweat more in peacetime so that we bleed less in war. Thank you, distinguished Senate President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Usman Bayron Afada. I represent Gombe North Senatorial District. Mr. Nominee and my neighbor, just a simple question. In our last election, there was a group of people that sat down somewhere and challenged the independence of INEC. What did they do? Election was supposed to hold on a certain day, but because they have seen dangers, they told the INEC chairman that it was dangerous to hold election that day. And that has challenged, that has made INEC to change the date, thinking that it will be favorable to them. Now, what do you think if you are now the chairman of INEC and this same group or another set of people like them sit somewhere and advise you not to conduct election? Will you allow your independence to be taken away by this set of people? That is my simple question.
Senator Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as the chair of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Nominee, I really don't want to congratulate you. I think I wish you well, because I know that you're going to run into a lot of problems there. Okay. Don't use that word. Thank you. Let me align myself with the Deputy Senate President, who had earlier said that because you are coming into the commission, we will have to ask you questions just to find out what your views are on two things, Mr. Nominee.
In the run-up to the 2015 elections, and I'm very glad that from your CV, you're highly, very highly, and first-class person. There was the distribution of the PVCs, and something strange happened. In the areas in Nigeria that were challenged, in the Northeast, distribution was above 90%. In the area that had no challenges at all, distribution was below 40%, and that happened in Ogun State. Now, the question is this: how would a state where half the local governments were under Boko Haram and nobody was going there be able to distribute 90% of their PVC? Mr. Nominee, I said that some strange things happened, and we would just want to get your take. Of course, with those PVC distribution, the votes were also in line with that same manner. Borno State, 1 million votes and over. Of course, we found it very, very strange. Mr. Nominee, given your background, given the fact that you are an eminent scholar, what would your take be when this type of statistical anomaly happens? That's number one. I'm coming. Number two, Mr. Nominee. INEC, under Professor Jega, who I'm very happy that you say you're going to consolidate his achievements, did also some things that we could not get in the law. One of them, and I will just tell you, in Abia State, where I come from, after the votes had been counted and election done, INEC still came up with something that wasn't in the law called supplementary elections. Would you, as INEC chairman, if we find you worthy to be, go outside of the Electoral Act and outside of the Constitution to find a way of letting people go through the rigor of an election that ought not to be? You want number three? No card reader. Mr. Nominee, let me just leave you with these two simple questions so that you can go on.
Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, our Chairman, Senate President, and distinguished colleagues. My first question is based on some of the sad experiences we had in recent elections. For the election to be free and fair, there is no question that the playing field should be level, especially when it comes to the capability to disseminate information, access to the television stations, access to the radio stations. But sadly, and I believe most unfortunately, in that last election that brought many of us here, access was far from free and fair for every political party. What was even most tragic was that those institutions that are funded with public money refused to carry advertisement by political parties that were deemed to be threatening to the party in power. My own party is in power today, but I pray that Nigeria will never see that again. Because it's a travesty of democracy. And so I want to ask under you, what will you do to be sure that there will be free access to the medium of disseminating information? That's the first one. My second question is related to that. I had the great responsibility of being the Director General of the campaign for the governorship election in Osun. And to my embarrassment, both the IG of police and the INEC chairman came to Osun and made two pronouncements that could not be found in the electoral laws of Nigeria. And they in fact threatened that anyone who came closer than 300 meters to the polling booth after he has voted will be arrested. This was on national television. And the question, of course, is that we know that 100 meters is longer than 100 yards, and 100 yards is a football field. So you are being told to stay 3 football fields away to monitor people who might do magu at the election place. Of course, as DG, I told both the DG, the IG, and the INEC chairman, I will defy your law. Come and arrest me. Yes. Some of us put our life on the line for democracy, and therefore it's our interest to defend it. So my second question to you is this. What are you going to ensure that the instruments of coercion, which is today monopolized only by the federal government, is not used to intimidate the opposition? Because we will never have democracy until we have a defender opposition. Yes. No, I'm a good man, but you are a bad party and you kept quiet then.
Deputy Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President sitting in the chair. My name is Senator Balana Allah, representing Kebbi South. Mr. Nominee, you are going to inherit, you know, they say only great men appreciate the greatness of others. So I was really moved when you appreciated the contribution of Professor Jega in improving the electoral process in Nigeria. But you are going to inherit an INEC that Jega tried to cleanse of corruption. If you are confirmed as the chairman of Independent National Electoral Commission by this Senate, what assurance do we have that the people who are going to work under you in the various states of the Federation will not be put or will not put themselves in a position to be compromised for the purpose of rigging election? The second question is, the process that INEC put in place to a greater extent dictates the amount of money that contestants to various political office will spend. Now, in view of the fact that we are involved in the change mantra, where people seeking election into various positions should be assisted to spend less money so that those who are available for service who do not have that kind of money will make themselves available. Here I'm referring to the issue of buying forms from the political parties. For example, 3 million for House of Reps, 5 million and 10 million and 20 million for governors and whatever. In what way do you think INEC, under you, if you are confirmed as the chairman, assist this country in bringing those salient people with ability and desire to serve this country, but who do not have the kind of money to buy those things, are brought into the on board for that purpose? Thank you.
Then, distinguished colleagues, you all know that we did give, we're a bit lenient on the other nominees because we all want to ask questions to the chairman. So I want to assure you that I've seen everybody, you will get a chance. Mr. Nominee, I think you should just prepare for, we'll get you some water and prepare for a pretty long session. You've taken the responsibility as chairman. They reserved all the questions for you. They didn't share it. I thought they would share it with your members. So take this question.
Distinguished Senate President, distinguished Senator Bayero Nakoda, election not holding as scheduled, the experience of 2015, what can the Commission do under my chairmanship if confirmed by the Senate? I listened carefully to the explanation by the former chairman. In conducting elections, there are responsibilities that are exclusively INEC's. There are responsibilities that go beyond the Commission. Security is beyond the responsibilities of the Commission. Even though INEC is saddled with the responsibility of ensuring free, fair, peaceful voting environment. Whatever responsibilities we are supposed to discharge as a Commission, we will do so. And whatever responsibilities belong to other government agencies, they will also discharge their own responsibilities. But no election is going to go beyond the statutory requirement for conducting elections. You know, elections were extended, I understand, I appreciate, in 2015, but it didn't go beyond the constitutional requirement of 1 month to the handing over. So I want to assure you that we will do whatever we can within our powers, but conduct of elections and the management of the electoral process goes beyond the Commission. And I don't think it's fair for me to talk about security issues, since that will not be my responsibility. On the question of PVCs and the distribution of PVCs, what is my take? I would rather focus on the mandate that I have at hand. And what is the mandate? About 70 million Nigerians were registered for the 2015 general elections. 56.3 million PVCs distributed. About 500,000 PVCs unprinted at the time of the elections. 12.3 million PVCs not distributed. Instead of finding fault why they collected their PVCs in Borno and they didn't collect elsewhere, I would rather focus on ensuring that by this time next year, all the 12.3 million PVCs plus the 500 PVCs printed subsequently are distributed, so that as we approach the 2019 general elections, we'll not be grappling with the issue of PVCs, except for those who have come of age, those who have relocated, and for replacements of cards. But you know, in a democracy, people have the right to collect or not to collect, if they are right. Just as people have the right to collect, but not to use it to vote. So instead of going into the controversy of why are some areas collected, others did not collect, I would rather focus on the statutory responsibility of the Commission in ensuring that every Nigerian gets the card and he or she can exercise his or her democratic right to vote. I really don't know what the details are. I wouldn't like to go into the realm of speculation in the hallowed chambers of the Senate of the Federal Republic. I want to stand on firm grounds in responding to some of these issues. Then, distinguished Senator Shola Adeyeye, it's a level playing field in terms of access to the media. There are issues. I read the EU report on the monitoring of the last elections, which was released a couple of weeks ago. The report is actually in two parts. There is the report on the monitoring of elections, and there is the report on the media coverage for the elections. And I think this is where your question comes in. There are laws in this country, and the laws need to be enforced. I know that during the election, so many people said, where were the relevant agencies to enforce compliance? Not only with so much negative media reporting, but also with the lopsided media reporting, particularly from public outlets, both electronic, radio and television. I think what I can say at the moment is, whatever we need to do under the laws, we shall continue to do so. But life is about learning from experiences. Just as the monitors of elections, national and international, submit reports, INEC, as a commissioner, I understand, also has its own internal mechanisms for appraising the outcome of elections. And that is why it is important to now approach the authority that can amend or enact laws, to garner and gather the collective experiences of the past so that we can strengthen the democratic system further. All nations do that as part of the rejuvenation of the electoral process. You can never achieve perfection overnight. I'm sure it's going to be different in 2019 for the reason that we have mentioned and for the step that we are going to take through the National Assembly. Second is pronouncement by the Commission not found in the Electoral Act. I can't comment on the details. I wasn't in Ogun, so I certainly wouldn't know what happened. But the solution, because you talked about an arm of government, the central government monopolizing the instruments of coercion, and therefore riding roughshod during elections, the solution may not be to democratize coercion, but also allowing other levels to have the means of coercion to be able to do at their own local level what they cannot do because of federal might. The solution is actually to look at the democratic process carefully. And I hope that the electoral process will be sufficiently reformed with time that this kind of thing wouldn't happen. For instance, I want to assure distinguished senators and Nigerians that no election ever under my watch will be won and lost at INEC headquarters. If you want to win elections, go and canvass for the voice of the Nigerian people. Our responsibility is to protect the interest, integrity, and sanctity of the decisions taken by Nigerians. Never again will elections be won and lost at the INEC headquarters, at the headquarters of the state electoral commissions, and by the EOs in the local governments. This will be a thing of the past. And part of the solution to this is to make sure, just as we have been screened by the Senate, the resident electoral commissioners will be appointed, yes, by the president. I hope there will be an opportunity for us to make input, because once they are appointed and deployed to INEC, it will be the responsibility of the commission to deploy them. And there must be sanctions. Any nation that has no mechanism for condemnation is doomed to failure. And whatever the laws provide in applying sanctions against those who err will continue to do so. Senator Nala, inherit an INEC that is not free of corruption. What will I do? One of the first things to do is root and branch reform. The character of staff that work under you is a direct reflection of the character of the boss that leads them. I'm absolutely sure that my friend and brother, Professor Joga, did his best. But it's a very difficult thing to clean up. And you hear so many allegations. Some, if you investigate, may not be true. But this thing will increasingly become a thing of the past through not only appropriate enforcement, because they are public officers. They are subject to the public service rules, laws, processes, and procedures. But also, let us find out why they are, what they are alleged to be. Is it a question of incentive? Is it a question of the reality of the situation? Because I learned on the pages of newspaper that there's a reform started by INEC with the support of the National Assembly, but it hasn't gone the whole hog. Relocating the INEC offices from the local government secretariats in the 774 local government areas. 50% of the INEC offices in the local governments have been relocated with funding from the National Assembly. Offices have been built, but 50% are still occupying rented accommodation. There must be something more permanent. And also the accommodation of the resident electoral commissioners. Even in the states they are at the behest of politicians who are their landlords, it's very easy to compromise in that respect. So the laws, reforms, root and branch reforms, and enforcement, it will take time. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Then election expenditure, internal procedures by parties. For as long as there is no law that empowers INEC to fix the amount for sale of forms, parties will continue to charge what they are supposed to charge. But we can take that as an experience arising from our experience with the democratic process and let the National Assembly come up with an appropriate recommendation in that respect. Once it is the law of this country, I'll have no second thoughts in enforcing it. Thank you, distinguished Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President, the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole. Sharing these thoughts, I'd like to ask, what is the justification for tribunals to use the results of faulty card readers and cancel elections in some states while using the results of the same card readers to uphold results in other states? I hope, and you have confirmed to say that never will elections be won at the INEC headquarters or state electoral offices. I hope your loyalty will be to Nigerians so that you will belong to everybody and belong to nobody. And the test of your dexterity, your doggedness, and integrity will be the Bayelsa and Kogi elections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Senator Sanogo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Sam Egwu. I represent the honest and hardworking Abakaliki people of Ebonyi North. Mahmoud, as you know, I call you Mahmoud. You were the Executive Secretary of ETF and later TED Fund when I was Minister of Education. And you are one of the best executive secretaries I had of all the parastatals under the Minister of Education. And I have no doubt that this new assignment given to you by Mr. President, you're also going to do very well. Mr. President, in view of the fact that he has demonstrated scholarly disposition to all the questions asked him this morning.
And you have worked with him.
And I have worked with him, I can attest for him.
Yes.
And others who have not even gone half of the way he has done have been asked to take a bow. I plead, Mr. President, and my honorable colleagues, that you should be asked to take a bow.
No. Yes.
Take a bow.
No. Take a bow. Take a bow. Take a bow. No. Yes. Take a bow. Take a bow.
Take a bow.
Yes. Take a bow.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, the nominee, I won't counter what distinguished Senator Egwu has said, but I know that the chairman to be of INEC came with a lot of energy and verve, prepared not to face us,
but to face Nigerians and assure Nigerians that when he gets to the saddle, that there will be fairness, justice, and equity. The simple question I would like to ask will be the kind of orientation and training that you give to INEC staff, particularly the electoral officers, who sign electoral results, but at the tribunal, as a result of coercion or compromise, they come and give a different testimony to say that elections did not take place in order to ensure the cancellation of such elections. As chairman of INEC, when we were in charge of the federal government, we appointed a chairman of INEC who was able to conduct election in states of the Federation, and we lost. And we congratulated the winners. I can give you examples. There are so many, from Edo State to Anambra State to Ondo. There are so many. And in fact, we even had a chairman of INEC we appointed who conducted election, and we lost the federal government. If you are confirmed today, if you are confirmed today as chairman of INEC, will you withstand any coercion, any pressure, any intimidation? This is sabotage. This is sabotage. And announce the winner of the election, even if it does not favor your appointers. Appointers. And in this case, the EPC. And then also get the accolades internationally. I'm saying this because our party is looking forward to you. Yes. And Nigerians are looking forward to free and fair election where any political party that does well can win election any day, any time. And that is what the chief whip is talking about. Will you have that kind of God, Mr. Chairman? Assure us here that you will not fall to any pressure. Thank you. And thereafter, you can take a bow.
Distinguished colleagues, as we said, you take this question, but I just want to be sure that there's nobody that has any other questions to ask, because there's no distinguished colleagues. Let me finish. I'm very, from what we've heard, I'm sure all of us are watching that the nominee is capable to take the questions. So if anybody has anything burning that he wants to ask, I'll take a couple of more. Otherwise, anybody has anything burning that he wants to ask. Senator Ashafa.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Senate President, my distinguished colleagues. The nominee has come with a huge background of somebody that can be trusted, experienced. And with the way you have answered the questions, I'm sure majority of us know that you are right for the job. However, I want to bring your memory back to an event that happened in the last election. And that was 2 days after the presidential election, when the collation of results were being done. And there was this elder Orubebe's outburst. I want to ask you. Is the question now? Do you have the temperament to cope with this job in such a manner that if such things happen in future, you will be able to do something like what he did or something different? If you have anything different by way of solution to that kind of issues, please can you let us know? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, I have one question for you. What step would you take if you eventually confirm as chairman of INEC to ensure that primary elections duly conducted in the presence of INEC are not changed or manipulated. Because over the years, elections were conducted in the presence of INEC, yet results were changed and nothing is done. Thank you very much.
Senate President, Senator Philip Aduda, tribunal judgments, some results cancelled in one state and not cancelled in another. I want to say to the distinguished senator that I understand even where elections have been nullified by the courts, some are pending on appeal and they're sub judice. So it's safer for me not to comment on a matter that is before the courts. I thank my boss at the Federal Ministry of Education, Professor Sam Egu, for the kind words. Then Professor Godswill Akpabio. I beg your pardon, distinguished senator. Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. I think, distinguished senator, everything depends on the character of an individual. I can't be intimidated. I can't. In the service of this country, I can't. It's too late. I have made peace with the fact that I'm a Nigerian. And it's the track record of what one has done in the past that will convince the distinguished senator of what is to happen. The distinguished senator may not recall that years ago while we were governor, we had a problem which was State University, the first state university, which only existed in a housing estate called Ubiom in Uyo. No, it's not under your regime, but you had the courage of repealing the law establishing that university which only existed in a housing estate. And we worked together to establish the vibrant new state university at Ikot Akpadem. So I have the character to do the right thing, yeah, distinguished senator. Secondly, distinguished senator, in the course of my public service career, I have earned accolades and I've been showered with awards. I have 8 honorary doctorates and fellowships from tertiary institutions. The first one was at the Waziri Umaru Polytechnic in 2008, and you also received a fellowship on the same occasion. But that's not the point. The point I am making is that out of the 8 recognitions I received, out of the 8, 5 came from the southern part of this country, 3 from the northern part. The highest honor came from the southwestern part of the country, and none from the geopolitical zone where I come from, the northeast. So I've reconciled myself to the fact that I'm a Nigerian. Compromise for what? The most important responsibility to discharge is the service to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to which I'm committed. Thank you, distinguished Senate President.
I think it was important for us to hear him because it's not only us that is listening. And I think his words will be very encouraging to a lot of Nigerians. So I think that if there's no way, we should allow the gentleman to leave. We want to take a bow.
Professor Mahmoud Jiga has shown the character he is made of, and for his scholarly dispositions to the responses to questions by distinguished senators, he is taking a bow and leaving. He has assured them that he has reconciled himself to the fact that he is a total Nigerian. A total Nigerian. Professor Mahmoud Yakub, nominee for INEC chairman, leaving the Senate chambers after responding to questions and from all indications creditably. questions from distinguished senators of the Federal Republic. He has assured them that he is going to go to INEC after their confirmation to consolidate on the gains, successes, and achievements of the immediate past INEC chairman, Professor Attahir Muhammadu Jiga. He said reforms should be continuous because the work and the world is dynamic.
We have now concluded the screening of nominees as chairman and members of the Independent National Electoral Commission. We will now proceed to approval of the nominations before confirmation. Any comments or observations? We will now move and go straight to the approvals. Those in favor that the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Adediji Solomon Shoebi as a member of INEC, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do approve the nomination of Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Lekki as a member of INEC, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do approve the nomination of Ajia Amina Zakari as a member of INEC, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do approve the nomination of Dr. Antonia Tayo Okosi Simbin as a member of INEC, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do approve the nomination of Alhaji Baba Shetima Hafo as a member of INEC, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do approve the nomination of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu as chairman of INEC, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, in view of the time and the need for us to extend our sitting beyond 2 o'clock, I wish to move that we suspend our relevant sections of our order to enable us sit beyond 2 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader that in view of the time that we do suspend the relevant sections of our standing order in order to sit beyond 2 o'clock. I so second.
Those in favor that we do extend our sitting time beyond 2 p.m. say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Chairman, you may wish to report progress.
I second the motion that the Senate, Mr. Chairman should report progress. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that report progress say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Senate now moving into the plenary after sitting as committee of the whole and considering the nominations of President Muhammadu Buhari with respect to nominees for INEC chairman and 5 INEC national commissioners. The confirmation process is likely to take place now with respect to the INEC chairman nominee, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, and the 5 INEC national commissioners, namely Mr. Shoyebi Adediji Solomon, Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Lekki, Amina Zakari, Dr. Antonia Tayi Afoluke Simbene, Alhaji Baba Shetima Arfu, all nominees for INEC commissioners in the Independent National Electoral Commission. Senate has just reverted into plenary after sitting in the Committee of the Whole from about 11 o'clock until just a few minutes ago. While in the Committee of the Whole, the distinguished senators and with the Senate President as chairman considered the President Muhammadu Buhari's nominees for INEC chairman and INEC national commissioners. The senators appear to be favorably disposed to the scholarly disposition of the INEC chairman nominee, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, and they also allowed the female nominee, Amina Zakari, and Dr. Antonia Taye Afolake Simbine, who are the INEC National Commissioner nominees for Northwest and North Central, to only introduce themselves, and thereafter they were told to take a bow. This 8th Senate prides itself as a gender-sensitive and gender-friendly Senate. Maybe that was why the tradition of giving former members or serving members of the National Assembly
Chief Whip,
the opportunity to take a bow,
Chief Whip,
were applied with respect to the two female nominees. Thereafter, Mr. Shoaib,
distinguished colleagues, please take your seats.
Thereafter, Mr. Shoaib Adedeji Solomon, who took the podium who was the first to take the podium, responded to several questions from senators, and thereafter he was also told to take a bow. Shoaib Adedeji Solomon is representing the Southwest Geopolitical Zone as INEC National Commissioner nominee. He had the distinction and the distinguishing opportunity of coming to be screened by the senators for the second time. He was screened as INEC National Commissioner by the 7th Senate and had served as INEC National Commissioner in charge of information before he retired after serving his term. He is now coming, if confirmed, to serve as INEC National Commissioner for the second time. Also serving, probably going to serve for the second time, is Amina Zakari, who had served as INEC National Commissioner in charge of political party monitoring.
All right, thank you, Chief Whip. Distinguished colleague, the Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, consider the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federation, for the confirmation of nominees for appointment as Chairman and Commissioners of Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The following nominees answered questions from distinguished senators on a number of topical national issues. Thereafter, the committee approved the nomination of 1. Mr. Adedeji Solomon Shoaib, Commissioner; Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Leki, Commissioner; Ajia Amina Zakari, Commissioner; Dr. Antonia Tayo Okosi Simbin, Commissioner; Alhaji Baba Shatima Afo, Commissioner; Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, Chairman. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Now the confirmation. Those in favor that the Senate do now confirm the nomination of Mr. Adedeji Solomon Shoaib as Commissioner, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do now confirm the nomination of Dr. Mohammed Mustafa Leki as Commissioner, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do now confirm the nomination of Ajia Amina Zakari as Commissioner, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate
do now confirm the nomination of Dr. Antonia Tayo Okosi-Simbin as Commissioner, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do now confirm the nomination of Alhaji Baba Shetima Afo as Commissioner, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the Senate do now confirm the nomination of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu as Chairman, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Mr. Adedeji Solomon Sorebi is hereby confirmed as member of Independent National Electoral Commissioner, INEC. Dr. Mohamed Mustafa Leki is hereby confirmed as member of Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Ajia Amina Zakari is hereby confirmed as member of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Dr. Antonia Tayo Okosi-Simbin is hereby confirmed as member, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Alhaji Baba Shetima Afo is hereby confirmed as member of Independent National Electoral Commission. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is hereby confirmed as Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission. I thank you, distinguished colleagues, for the participation and the quality of questions and discourse and for the exercise. We all know that the Independent National Electoral Commission is in a very, very important phase of the institution, where we need to build on the gains of, particularly since in the last election, and I'm pretty sure with the caliber and the kind of way the nominees have answered, one is hopeful and confident that they'll be able to do us proud in ensuring that we continue to lead in a free and fair election, credible election that will stabilize our democracy. Thank you. Leader of the
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, you may wish to we'll go into closed session, please.
It's better.
Senate now going into a closed session after the screening, approval, and confirmation of President Muhammadu Buhari's nominees for INEC Chairman in person of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu and